I can get the stream link up. So just give me 1 minute because I'm trying to figure out this new streaming solution that I'm doing. Okay, so get shareable link, and then tweet it out. So I really don't know what my live stream setup should be like. I just know that I'm not super happy with it, but I also want to keep trying it. Something I might running. Let's see how far I get. React serverless components with AWS Amplify. All right, so some of you might be joining from this tweet. Completely unrehearsed. Chances are I might fail. But let's see how far I get. Okay. All right. If you're in the chat, I think I can see it. But I'm also just going to say hi. Say hi in the chat if you are around. And yeah, I'm just going to start recording my thoughts. Okay, so what I've done essentially is that I've taken Rodrigo Pombo. He forked the React Server Components demo to remove the Postgres dependency. So that makes it a lot easier to set up. So now it's just like a live server. There's no actual database. And this is what I'm running here. So if you haven't seen the previous live stream, it's called First Look at React Server Components. This is what I did a couple of days ago. Just kind of going through the entire demo path just to understand React Server Components better. Okay. What I'm trying to do now is just to experiment with using these from scratch, because essentially, let's talk a little bit about the structure of the React Server Components demo. What we have here is we have package.json. It is running the server and the bundle. So the bundle gets built here, and it gets built out to a build folder. So I'm not actually sure if I can actually make something like this happen inside of a serverless folder, but I think I can probably pre-build it and then serve it, because there's the second part is the server. So the server dev server is in this part where there's just it's a simple Express server. I'm not sure where it actually imports. So it seems like it imports from source. Didn't seem like it bundles at all. Okay. Yeah, it serves the build manifest. So I might need to copy over this bundle, this build script, because I'm not going to be able to set that up by myself. Hey, Chihub. Chihub says hi. I think in this new format, I have the ability to see people's comments just like before. It just looks a little bit less crappy, is what I would consider. Okay. I'm unable to. Okay. All right. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about copying out some of these things and just trying to build from scratch without any of the rest of the app that was made. And then we shall consider ourselves to have run it in a serverless function. That's a stated design goal. So if you read the RFC, RFC, just actually navigate to it. So why is this interesting? Serverless is always interesting, but the main interesting thing about it is that this is one of the lesser focused on like design goals. Like at the FAQ in the RFC, one of the questions was, how is this different from Phoenix Live View? And they mentioned that our server isn't stateful. The only reason to do that is to not rely on a running server. Therefore, you can run it in a serverless function. I think that's probably what Next.js and Remix and a bunch of the other React meta frameworks are doing. So my goal is to just stick this inside of a serverless function and check it out. Hey, so we have Andy Miambi coming by on YouTube. So hey, yeah, this is a much more relaxed demo than last time because I'm really skiing off piste. There's no plan. There's no guarantee that it's going to work. Just messing around because I have some time, and I think I have a rough picture of what to do. Okay, so I have my AWS project set up. It's empty right now. I've just initiated a project, so right now I don't have any resources dedicated to it. Okay. So the main thing is my plan right now is to start a serverless function and then move code over to it. So I'm gonna just try that. So I hope it's big enough for you guys. Amplify, add API. I mean, this part is the easiest part, and you could do the same thing. Like it doesn't really matter. RC, whatever. RC /RC, new lambda function, new lambda function name. I don't care about the name, but let's just put RC, Node.js. I really want to use Express.js because we have. Oh, hey. Peter says VS Code is almost illegible. That's a very good point. Okay, I think that's because I tried to save on bandwidth or whatever. I'm going to up the definition a little bit because I was streaming in standard definition for 80p. So it seems like I have to stream in 720p. So hopefully that improves. That was a good thing to check. I didn't really think about that. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully that seems better. Let me know if yeah. That was a really good call out. Thank you. Before I get too far, I'm pulling up the YouTube so that I can check. But hopefully that was that was a really good. It just seems blurred, doesn't it? I'm trying to figure out, like, it just seems blurred. So maybe this is just not the best quality, period. Yeah, if you bump up the quality, I think if you bump up the viewing quality on YouTube, I think it's much better now. Okay, all right, cool. Sorry about that detour. Okay, so we're just setting up a new lambda function with Express.js. I don't want any other settings, and I don't really care about editing it. And it's just going to be an unrestricted thing. Okay. I'm going to push that up into the clouds just so we can get something going. But the main task right now is to transfer over the relevant pieces from the demo. All right, so this feels a little bit like rocket surgery, which is pretty fun for a given definition of fun. So let's look at the backend function. So it's scaffolded out this build folder. So let's see, this is the function that we just scaffolded out. So this is how it looks. It's an express function. It's got a basic route setup. It's got some posts, examples, which is kind of everything that we also do in the API server in the given server components demo. By the way, I use green here for the source and then red for the new thing. That's like a nice VS Code extension when you're working with multiple windows. I think the extension is called window color. Window colors, yeah. So that's hopefully makes it a little bit more clear which context we're operating in. So green is source, red is our version. But yeah, we have to basically write an Express app. So this is the Express app that is scaffolded inside of AWS. This is still deploying in CloudFormation. And my goal is to transfer over all of this into there. So where do I start? So I think my goal is to start with the bundle side of things. There's a bunch of dependencies that I probably should use. I think I'm just going to install all of this. I'm not going to use some of that, but I'll probably use all of it. Yeah. Okay, so let's figure out what dependencies I don't need to use. I don't need React FS. I don't need React PG. I probably need React Fetch. Okay. Maybe not date FNS. Maybe not concurrently either, because the build is just a single build in my imagination. So because I modified, okay, we have that new endpoint. So let's actually test that new endpoint out. So if you click on this, it's actually let me show you. Let me show you what we just did. So if I do /rsc, we will be executing the code that was put here. So so I think it's /get rsc, and that says get call succeeded. And you can also see this inside of AWS. I think the best way to do this would be to run Amplify console, and that should give you a link to all the resources that you provisioned. For us, we only provision API Gateway and AWS Lambda. So there's not that much to show, but I just want to show you the workflow that I would use to do this stuff. I don't know which one I said. Why is it? What does it send me to create? That's a weird link to create. We want. Which one do I want? I don't actually know which one I want. Maybe the best way to do this is not using the Amplify console. But maybe the best way to do this is using API Gateway. Oops. I have a feeling I'm in the wrong region. This is US East 1. What the hell region am I in? That's US East 1. Amplify RSC demo. I don't see it. Is it like slow to update? That's not true. Oh, RSC. There you go. Was staring me right in the face. Um, yeah, so this is the thing that we just deployed. And it's calling those Lambda functions. There's not that much to show you, to be honest. I mean, if I could show you the other formats, I probably that might be interesting, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So uh, cool. All right. Yeah, this is the code that we deployed and spun up. So that's the easy part. Hard part now is converting all the code that we just did. So I copied over the node modules. I need to go install it. So let's head into cd amplify backend function rc source. Okay. And then I'm gonna run npm install. Good. So now let's look at the build, the way that the package is built. We don't really do any building, it looks like. Okay, so there is no build, but what we can do is move the React bundler code, the server code. Chihawk says is blurry again. Make sure that you have set up the. So if you head to YouTube, this is gonna get super meta because we're gonna stream the stream while I stream. If you head to YouTube, make sure that you have this going on. So on the bottom right, you should be able to set the playback quality. So I think that might work. If you set the playback quality, no, it's blurry, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I can see it's blurry. Does anyone know how to fix this blurriness? If not, I'm gonna have to piece it up. Okay. I'm trying to tweak the settings, but I don't know if that is going to fix anything. Could just be a matter of, okay, wait, hang on. No, it's blurry. If anyone knows how to tweak this, be very grateful. But I don't really see a way around it. This is one of those things. Actually, I'm gonna try and take this off and turn it back on again. Maybe kill the screen share, and then try the screen share again. So that was my attempt at fixing it. I'm not sure that it did anything. It's just kind of. All right, let's see it fix. Ooh, okay, all right, that fixed it. Okay, that fixed the blurriness. Yeah. Okay. So this, by the way, if anyone was wondering, this is how it looks on my end. And I was trying to tweak this high definition thing and it didn't work. So all I did was I turned off the screen share, and then I turned it back on again, and it was fixed. So let me know if that happens again. But thanks for shouting out. Okay, let's get back to business. So I think where we end up is that we need a build script. Like we need to copy over the majority of this stuff. And the server goes in the serverless function, but the React app code can live at the top level. We'll build this build folder, and then we'll drag it into the serverless function for them to use. I think that's how we're going to do it. But I may be wrong. Actually, I might just like live inside of this folder because why not? And yes, this is very ugly. I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels just to get to my serverless function. There's nothing I can do about that. But yes, I do wish it was a bit flatter in terms of my hierarchy. But I've learned to live with it. Okay. So let's copy over the format as much as possible. So let's say scripts. Let's say server. Well, we don't need server. We need React app. Okay, so that React app is mapped to source, and I'm gonna pretend this is the. So there's a app.server.js, and then there's a root.client.js. So I think app is the top level one, and then the root. That's not true. Okay, let's see where it is required. So index.client.js. There is no index. Oh, there is an index. Okay, so index requires root, and then root requires cache and location context. Oh, and then it uses server response. And the server response, because the server response bundles app.server, then this is the start point. So there's 2 start points. One is the client side start point, and then the other is the server side start point. That is confusing as hell to explain, but whatever. Okay. App.server.server.js. I'm just going to import all of this stuff and remove all the junk. Hello from app. Yeah, that means I don't have to import suspense as well. Wonderful. By the way, for those people who notice, like we're not importing React from React because the JSX was changed here. So that's a pretty nice quality of life improvement that was pretty much just made for shared components and server components, essentially, I think. Because, yeah, and server components don't need that. Okay. So let's also get the index client. So that's something that we also need. Index.client.js. Then we need a root client. Yeah, all this should be fine. Index.client, and then we need a root client. There we go. We may not need all this suspense stuff. But I'm just going to err on the side of like, let's just pretend we need it. Root.client.js. I think this one I have to just copy wholesale because pretty much the whole thing's going to be required. Use server response. What is use server? Okay, so 2 more files to copy. cache and location context. Okay, so this is the hidden hooks that was used to do the streaming refresh. I don't know if I'm going to get this far. I'll be quite honest with you, but it's easy to copy. So cache.client.js. That's the new Webpack plugin that they made. And then the last one to copy was in location context.client. Okay, location context.client. This is pretty standard. Let's do it. So Sivan Sandeepa says, are you using Apollo for GraphQL? No, I'm not. I'm not using GraphQL. Yeah, so I'm not using GraphQL at all. You can use GraphQL with AWS Amplify and AppSync, but there's a big selling point of React Server Components is that you don't need GraphQL at all. So I'm going to try to live without it. Okay, so I copied over the minimum necessary files for this thing to work. Getting a bit of deja vu from like, I feel like I've dreamed doing this before. Okay, so and pretty much the only difference is that I've renamed the src file into React app to distinguish it from the multiple src things here. Okay, so that's done. That's the client done. Then we need the server. Actually, we need, you know what? I'm just going to do this. Do client. Okay, so what we're going to need, we're going to copy over the client code. This is kind of how I plan out my to-dos, by the way. Copy over server function code. Figure out how to run a build. And then deploy the built assets together with the server function code. Okay, so I think this is what I'm supposed to do in order to get it working, and then we should have something from the server. My only doubt right now is I'm not sure if it actually serves assets. We'll see. We'll see. That one might actually fail. Okay. So we copied over the client code. I think we did everything necessary. What is inside of our app? Okay, this just says hello from app .server.js. If we can do this, then I can access my DynamoDB and all the backend resources because this is a server component. Okay. So we copied over the client code. Then I'm going to copy over the server function code. Oh boy, look at this. Yeah, I'm going to have to edit some of this because I don't need FS promises and stuff like that. Server function code goes into here. Okay, so I'm going to make a folder called server. And this is going to go inside of there. And then that require is going to say server/app. This is the entry point for the serverless function, but it's like it just uses this little library to run Express. And where we actually run Express is inside of here. So hopefully that's not too complex for you. And I don't actually care about any of these. These are just demo methods. Okay. Yeah. It'd be nice if these things showed how to serve a file, because these are all just JSON requests. But I'm just gonna assume that it works, and maybe it's wrong. But whatever, right? Okay, so now what we do is copy over as much as possible. But this will have to be very careful copying. We're not copying over not copying over everything. So we need Babel register. Okay. I'm just gonna comment this like that. We need express, we need compression, we need FS. I might try to do without FS. Read file sync. What do I use read file sync for? Use read file sync to send HTML. I use read file sync to send the client manifest, and I use read file sync to send HTML again. So I do need a read file sync. What do I use write file for? Okay, I don't need write file. What is insert note? I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to pretend that I'm going to pretend that only get exists. Okay, so ND's trying to help. ND says usually something like app.use express static public. That's true on a server. Maybe not true on the on the serverless function. So let's see. But that may be a very handy tip, Andy. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna skip the write stuff, but we're gonna keep copying the server function. So that's what we're doing right now for those just tuning in. Okay, so this one's interesting. Pipe to node writable. This is for streaming. It's stuck inside of render react tree, and render react tree is called here when you send a response together with some props. So yeah, what is React app? Yeah, okay, that's the Babel compiled version of the app server component. Okay, I'm just going to assume that I need that. Okay, and then I'm going to assume that I don't have any DB access at all. So let's keep going. So port. Yep, I need all this. It's fine. App.listen. So that's down here. And then module.exports. So here we use 4,000, but inside of here, I think it's probably expecting 3,000. So we're going to use port 3,000. It's just a little bit stressful because I don't know if this is going to work or not. So let's keep copying. Okay, if we can serve this build index HTML, that will be a win. What did I do? So it calls handle errors. It also needs wait for Webpack. What is wait for Webpack? Wait for Webpack. Oh, I see. It literally waits for Webpack to build. Okay. Hopefully I will need that. Then we can also say app.on. Sure. Oh yeah, hey, that's your ND, that's your express.static build in public. Fantastic. Which means we also need a public folder. So let's put it in here, public. Let's see what else is in the public folder. Ooh, okay. I can just copy out this stuff. I don't know how to do this, so I just always do reveal in Finder. If there's a better way to do that, let me know. Because I'm trying to copy over the files. And this is the only way I know how, because otherwise VS Code gets a little bit crazy. Okay, we have public folder. Okay, so that's good. There's a sleep function, which we don't need. There's a, okay, I'm just gonna comment out the stuff that we don't need. Don't need, don't need, don't need, don't need. These are all the API specific stuff. This one we may need, app.get. Seems like an easy enough thing to add. So basically when we're done, we're gonna have a very minimal repro of what it's like to run a React server component if we don't screw it up. If we do, there will be much debugging to do. Okay, more copying, and I think we're done. I think that wasn't too bad. Sorry, I'm trying to put this in the right place so that I don't get confused. Like, what render React tree is under app.get /. So I'm just gonna do here. Sorry, copying and pasting is weird. And then okay, render React tree. Yep, word for word copy. I probably screwed up some copying in the middle, but tried my best. Okay. All right, now let's fix the paths because we're almost done with this server copying thing. So this is supposed to go out into source. There's no source. It's React app, and then it says app.server.default. So I think that's the right file that it's supposed to be requiring from. Yeah. Okay. Feeling good about this one. So now we have a running serverless function inside of here. We haven't tested any of this, and we can do local testing if we want, but it's just a little bit of a pain. Okay, the last thing that we need is a build folder, which is the build assets. So just to go back to our to-dos, we copied over the server function code with some level of fidelity. So now we have to figure out how to run a build. Okay. This feels like surgery. I hope you guys are enjoying this, me torturing myself for fun and profit and learning, much learning. So there's scripts here. I think I can just copy this whole thing. Build.js. Now there's public. There's source. This has to change to React app. Maybe I should not have messed with the name so much because then I have to be super careful. But it is what it is. Okay. So then I have to run the build. So I copied over the build script, but now I have to run the build. So that involves going into the package JSON and then saying npm run server, npm run bundler prod. Npm run bundler prod is node end production scripts build JS. So I think what I should do in this manual hacky way is to do node end production scripts build JS inside of this CLI. showing me red. I don't actually know why it's showing me red. Permission denied. Okay, I can change that. Chmod is really helpful when you're doing that. Okay, so right now my build folder is empty. So what I expect is when I run this command, the build folder is going to populate with the build assets. Probably it's going to have some errors because I probably didn't take care of everything, but let's see what happens. Whoa. Command not found. Oh, I see. So I should say node script.js. So it's running Webpack right now, or Babel. What error do you have? Support for the experimental syntax JSX isn't currently enabled. There's one thing that we forgot to do, which is copy over. Crap. No, sorry, I just accidentally launched Outlook. No, don't look at my email. Copy over Babel config. Where's the Babel config? That's it? No. Learning JS. All of this would just be like dark magic. And like, I'm really enjoying the fact that when something goes wrong, I know exactly what to do to fix it. It really, you pay for this with a lot of tears. Okay, we have build assets. So these are the build assets for React. This is the index HTML that has the stuff injected into it for streaming and what have you. And we have the client manifest for whatever. Good, very good. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, we copied over the build Babel config. We figured out how to run the build. Then we need to deploy the build assets together with the server function code. Man, if this works on the first try, I'm gonna like cry. Okay. So the way that I envision deploying is literally dot. Okay, we're back at the root. Amplify status should show us that we've modified the function just now. We really modified it. So by the way, I'm going to check that into Git because add first task copying over whatever. Yep. Okay. Okay, and then amplify push. So it asked me for a confirmation. I could have skipped that with like a yes flag, but I think that was it. If anyone wants to like ask me questions about like React Server components, life, if you want to chat, just let me know. This is a pretty chill live stream. I'm trying to figure out how to. I think my iPad is frozen. Oh, okay. So I'm trying to deploy. It's freezing a little bit. I'm not sure if my machine can handle this or not. Did I say yes? I said yes. What's going on? Okay, I can't. So I'm trying to manipulate my screen, but I can't figure out how to do it. Yeah, I think my second screen just crashed. So we're gonna have to wing it. Okay, so yeah, I'm uploading my files right now. That's what is showing. I can probably just do this, maybe. Um, I'm uploading my files. So if anyone has any questions, just feel free to shout out, because we have a little bit of wait time while this deploys. I'm trying to bring back my ability to see comments. Cool. Okay. I don't see any questions, so we are still going. Let's see if I can do this. That doesn't look very good. This, does it look good? No, because it's got my face on it. Let's switch it. Hey, that wasn't too bad. Um, okay. Yeah, if anyone has questions about like React or uh, life, Christmas, Singapore, COVID, question time. Let's see. Let me know, because yeah, hopefully what the process that we followed was very clear. We copied over the code to the minimum viable React app, which is literally this. It's not really minimum viable, but it's probably it's probably what will go inside of Next.js to set up by default, so that you don't have to worry about this. They'll figure out some conventions for you so that. So Scythium asks, "Hey, will you push this to GitHub?" Sure, push it to GitHub. Oh, you want me to push this to GitHub? I can do that. Yeah, sure. So we're gonna try to use the GitHub CLI. Let's use the GitHub CLI. Okay. My computer is crawling right now. I think it's partially because I'm live streaming, and partially because I'm trying to, because that's what it does. I'm also running a lot of programs. Okay. Init. I don't know. Let's create a repo. Gh repo create is the command. A trial app to deploy React server components inside of a serverless AWS Lambda function, scaffolded using the AWS Amplify CLI. It's public. Yeah. Shit. Why is it creating that directory? That's a weird directory. Oh. Did anything change? Nothing changed. So git push origin name. I think that will work. So I'm going to paste that repo link in the chat. Sitham, I'm not from Turkey. What makes you think I'm from Turkey? Okay. Yeah, that's the repo link. And I think yeah, you're free to check out what we just did. Maybe I did something wrong, but all resources have. Okay, moment of truth time. Are you all ready for the moment of truth? Yeah, this is so scary. Okay, so what have we done here? We have said okay, let me go to network, clear this. So I think if I go just like that, it says missing off token. So I need RSC. Oh no. It says internal server error. Okay, so all right. Something that we did not handle just now was how it does. Something that we did not handle just now was how it handles routes. So that's something that I could have caught earlier, but I didn't. So now we're gonna have to fix it. Okay. So this is what I think happened. Inside of the demo code, you needed the /rsc path, even though the only way you access it is /rsc. So it's not /rsc/rsc twice. It's just a single /rsc, and they pass this path to your Express app. However, inside of my own app, I forgot to handle that well. So for all of these paths, I need to add an RSC to it. I think that's what I need to do. Const function path modify theme is Retreon, peeps. Oh, my theme is Retreon. I don't know what their theme is. Okay, so let's modify this function path, and hopefully that will work. Based on how you set up your API route. All right, so now I'm prepending /react to everything /rsc. I think there's only 2 points anyway. Okay, I'm gonna have to redeploy that. Add RC route to Express API. All right, redeploying. So that's an alias of, when I type APY there, that's an alias of Amplify push yes. So that's a nice little shortcut. Okay, yeah. Does anyone have questions about like AWS, about React? Let me know as well, because now we're just waiting for it to deploy again. Yeah, essentially, just to kill time, in case you guys have any questions. Yeah, I mean, essentially, this model is very suitable. I think the future is kind of serverless as far as everyone is concerned. There are a few people. I mean, serverless has a weird model, and it's pretty coupled to the provider sometimes, but it's very scalable. And what I'm trying to show with this project, if we're successful, I'm going to add a database to it and show direct database access based on the server components, which is what the original demo was about. Did I have to build this? I don't think I have to build this. Yeah, okay. So one thing I might have tripped up on is I didn't run the build script. I don't think I need to, because I didn't change anything in the client source. But that would have been a waste of time if I handled that. So questions from Ouderxian. Do you personally use Amplify on the client, or do you feel its bundle size is too costly? That is a very good question. Bundle size definitely does matter to Amplify. And the answer is, if I need to make an app of, that plugs into AWS, I would, but I don't always need to. So it really does depend. I'm sorry. And I even added in a comment on the Amplify docs, because essentially, like I think if you go to bundle phobia, yeah, let's see what this is not the latest version. But the base bundled SDK is 891 KB, not gzip. It's 200 KB gzip. This is with everything. So if you actually split out, let's say you want auth, so it's AWS Amplify / auth, then it's a lot smaller. So if you import everything, then that's a lot. But if you only import the stuff that you need, like the auth component, like the UI, React components, it's very modular. If you want to optimize for bundle size, so definitely I think you should start with the main bundle first, because that just has everything. And as you optimize for bundle size, you just split out to the stuff that you need. So there's /core, /cache, there's /storage for S3 storage, pub sub interactions, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean it's going to get smaller, but people, I've raised issues about the off package size, because like, why is it? I used to work on Netlify identity. I just want to show you what we mean when we talk about package size. So okay. So let's see, go through JS, right? So this is the Netlify raw package, and it's like 3 kilobytes, 4 kilobytes. So why is it, people are not just like randomly inserting auth for no reason, randomly inserting 50 kilobytes. There is a decent answer in terms of like the security angles that it handles, that is specific for AWS. But if you look at the other SDKs as well, so I looked into Auth0 SDK, Auth0 JS. Sure. Auth0 JS client SDK. Maybe I should just do Auth0. Why is it giving me this weird thing? Yeah. So it's all relative in terms of the bundle size, and you can't just look at the bundle size. You also have to think about what you get with it. Okay, so Sitham also asked, what's the difference between Heroku and Amplify? That is worth a longer question. So Heroku deploys essentially, I forgot what they call it, dynos, containers before containers existed. Very much optimized for like the server full environment. And Amplify is a thin CLI layer over AWS's serverless technology. So you'll be deploying the serverless functions. So that's a very basic description. Heroku actually hosts on AWS itself. So you're not actually saving costs in terms of your stack. Like, it's Heroku on top of AWS, or you can use AWS directly. You're not really saving that. But what you are getting with Heroku is a much older, like Amplify is kind of 2 to 3 years old. Heroku is like 12 years old, that old. So much more battle tested, but only does the serverful stuff. You have to figure out build packs, and let me show you like way back in the day when I was learning React Heroku build pack. This is the instructions. GitHub's. Okay, this is the instruction to run something on Heroku. Maybe this one. This is my blog, by the way, when I was going through my bootcamp. Where is Heroku? Huh. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but okay, look at the instructions, like blah blah blah, Heroku login, Heroku build packs, and like this is weird. This is like a non-standard thing that it's like a build system that only Heroku does. if you know how to navigate it, that's great. I really like the Heroku add-ons system. That's a thing that I wish that Netlify copied, but unfortunately, they have a different impression. But like, it's just it's hard to debug, at least for me. Anyway, but both are really good, so I'm not going to shit on anyone. Okay, so we have this deployed. So we have another moment of truth now, where we can see if we got anything back. That's not good. It's not responding. So I need to see what the error is. I'm going to go over here and figure out the error. For that, I need to go to the logs. Where the hell are the logs monitoring? I probably screw something up in terms of the file names or whatever. Yeah, and you know, for those who are wondering, like, this is completely not rehearsed. So there's a real chance that this doesn't work, right? We don't have a guarantee that any of this works in serverless functions. Okay, so we have a warning here. Ah. What? Okay, so this is a hidden flag that I didn't know about. So it says, for those who, if it's too small for people, I'm going to zoom in. It says React Server Writer cannot be used outside of a React Server environment. You must configure Node.js using the conditions React Server flag. I don't know what the hell that flag is in Node.js. Let's look at some more warnings. Cache is disabled. Okay. Okay, so there are two things. There are two things going on. One is that React Server Writer actually checks for this flag. So we could go turn on that flag. That's not a big deal. I would eventually be able to figure it out. The one that's more of a killer is the Babel issue. I hope you're still with me. The one that's more of a killer is the Babel issue, because Babel, what we're doing here, for those who have never used Babel register before, what we're doing here is using Babel register, and that basically helps to transpile React for us. So that's why we can do things like require React App Server, and then and here in React App Server, it's just JSX. So we're using that to run JSX, but the serverless function is not letting us do that because it still requires writing to a cache. But here inside of AWS Lambda, it's not letting us write to the cache. So that's a nice security feature for Lambda, but it is causing us problems because this has always been like a kind of shady way to write server-side React anyway. Unfortunately, we have to figure out how to handle this. So let's see if we can disable this cache disablement thing. Here it's Lambda disable. Oh, maybe we can set something on the Babel register to. Oh. Ooh. Oh, this is. I can set this to false, or I can set it to a different location. Ah, okay, yeah, we're gonna just turn the caching off. Okay, that's very nice. Wonderful. Say that's wonderful. So require Babel register, and then these are the options. So I think I just stick it here, and then I just say cache false. Wonderful. AWS Lambda doesn't let you store cache in Node modules. Okay. That's the first error. The second error, React Server Writer cannot be used outside a React Server environment. You must configure Node.js using the conditions React Server flag. The fuck is that? All right, back to the source. So let's look at this. I don't think I saw this anywhere. This is sneaky as fuck. Conditions. Hey Hassan, what's up, streamer? Hassan is my friend that was my partner doing the live stream yesterday. So hey, yeah, I'm trying to do some ill-advised shiznit. So I found that conditions thing. I'm trying to resolve this error. So if I run that server, I need to set conditions. So what is conditions in Node? I've never heard of this thing. Node conditions flag. I've never heard of this CLI flag. Okay. Enable experimental support for custom conditional exports resolution conditions. The fuck? Any number of custom string condition names are permitted. Hassan, the comments did not time out. That's me manually clicking it. So I, for those who watch the stream, I would have this problem of leaving the comment up when I put it on the screen. So that was a problem. So yeah, now I'm just making a habit to click out the comments so that I don't cover my own screen with stuff. Okay, how do I set Node.js conditions inside of AWS Lambda? Oh God. How to set Node.js conditions inside of AWS Lambda. I bet you there was 0 results. Node.js flags. Node.js options. There's got to be a way. It's just the documentation is probably buried somewhere deep. All right, you're telling me it's complete getting started guide. The problem with getting started guide is I did dig through a bunch of shit before I find the thing that I actually want. Fuck you. Blah blah blah. Blah, blah, blah. Where if anyone knows AWS Lambda very well, let me know because I don't. And I wonder if I can just set it inside of the console. Let's see, configuration. It says configuration right here. What does that mean? You actually mean configuration when you say you mean configuration. Because I mean, so the reason I don't expect AWS Lambda to actually do this is because AWS Lambda is kind of agnostic. Right now we're living within Node, but it's got to work for Python, it's got to work for like PHP, like a dozen other languages. So highly unlikely that it actually does what we want out of the box. We just got to figure out runtime settings. Please have docs. Please have docs. Let's see if we can edit stuff here. Nope. So simple. Oh yeah, here's all the other runtimes. We got Python, Ruby, Node.js, .NET Core. Excellent. And Go and Java. All right. Let's look at the docs. Node.js options, custom runtimes, runtime modifications. Please have this. Node options. This is what I want. It's so hacky, man. So hacky. I want an example. Give me a goddamn example. Okay. All right. So modifying runtime environment. Okay. AWS Lambda, node options, uh, setting node options. I just want to see an example. Okay. Ooh, oh, Stack Overflow. Feliz de ayudar. Ah, yeah. Wait, why is this person asking the question? They look like they know the answer. What the fuck? Okay, so this is the wrong answer because they said it did not work. Um, there we go. So it's got to be quotes. What's the difference between this one and this one? Okay. It looks like this person just did it wrong. But all the other respondents on Stack Overflow are saying that that's the way to do it. So, okay, well, let's try it out. Okay, what are we supposed to add? Conditions, React, server. Does that look right? It's so dodgy, man. It's so dodgy. Um, what would be nice is if like there's a way to check that we did it right, because I have no fucking clue. Like, what node am I running? Does it? I don't know if I'm running node 12. Okay, I mean I can switch that to node 14 if I want. I suspect it's not important for this one, but in the demo it was important. Okay. I wonder okay, so I need to redeploy. Can I just say it's node 14? No, this is the source. Sorry. Can I just say this is node 14? I can, right? No, I have to set it in the other side. Okay. So we made some changes. Let's see what changes we made. Okay. So we made some changes to app, and I think the only changes that really matter is that we added that the cache equals false. So for people who just joined, just to recap, the two errors that we were trying to fix are these two errors. One, React Server Writer cannot be used outside React Server environment. You must configure Node.js using the conditions React Server flag. So that one we did inside of the environment variables here. Here, node options. So hopefully that looks right. There's not that many ways to get it wrong. Then the other one is Babel cannot write cache to file. Cache is disabled. That was actually a warning. So in retrospect, we didn't need to fix that because it was just a warning. So it was just the error. Let's see if there's any other errors to catch, because it's kind of expensive to debug. But I think we got it. All right. And then you know what? I'm gonna add like a log point. So let's say if we go back to the server, and if we go to this function, I just want to say like console.log. Yeah, console log debugging, right? Handle right? And then let's add another debug point here. Serving file, and let's just make sure reading file, serving file. All right. So we'll call this like disable cache. Right. I think it's gonna be question time soon. So I'm just pushing that up to Amplify again. So that usually takes a little bit. Happy to take questions if anyone has questions on React Amplify or Life. Hassan, I'm going to send you an invite if you want to just come on and just chat, because it's not that much. Discord. Oh, I don't have Discord running, so I just launched yet another app because my computer is not overloaded enough. So that's fun. I mean, hopefully it's kind of straightforward. Hassan, I'm just like messaging you the link if you want to join. Let's check on what yeah. The deployment speed is kind of slow. Again, this is partially due to CloudFormation, but I also think that it could be sped up faster. That's gonna be a big focus for 2021 to speed up the pace. The main value proposition is that it deploys to AWS, but we need to not shoot ourselves in the foot making a platform with the lack of a platform. Okay, questions. I'm gonna try and pull up the chat. So if you want to go nuts on the chat, this is your chance. I'm gonna pull up the overlay chat where we have no questions, no chat windows. I don't know how this works. Oh, it says messages from the audience will display here. Sure. Okay. I'm also gonna say question time. Question time. Question time. For those who just joined, we're just deploying. There's not that much going on. Andy Myombi says, how much of the weight is Lambda itself updating versus Amplify specific thing? It's mostly Lambda updating. That weight for Amplify to check is making sure that nothing. So if someone else on my team modified it, I need to pull it down and then verify that nothing's changed. Otherwise, we have like a merge conflict in environments. The rest of this is CloudFormation. So you see what's going on here is basically our function getting distributed to the entire world for whatever reason. So one of my pushes within Amplify internally, because I work there, is that when I'm developing, I don't need to push it to the entire world. I just need one simple little instance. That's kind of, that makes sense. So yeah, we need to be not so production ready. So we need like a intermediate environment to say like, this is just for dev. Don't make it scale. Just make it work and make it fast. So yeah, that's my answer to how much of the weight is Amplify specific. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the bonus thing is that we're not creating any resources. We're just updating existing resources. By the way, the faster way to do this, if you really care about speed, the reason we do this is we care about infrastructure as code. Like we want to make sure it's like immutable deploys and it deploys the same thing every time. If you want to do it the kind of air quotes wrong way, you can just directly upload here. You can upload a zip file of your function and it will be instantly updated. You just don't have a guarantee like this. That's the ClickOps way. So honestly, like this is actually a really good way to teach it. Just like write your function here, it's directly updated. You can test it right away. Using Amplify, you got to go through CloudFormation. CloudFormation is like the provisioning language of AWS, where it just guarantees that you can set up and tear down as a whole. It's kind of similar to React in that mental model. Like, don't directly modify the DOM, declare everything in like a React language, and then let React handle making sure that the DOM is in sync with whatever your state is inside of your React tree. That's my really amateurish explanation. I'm sure someone else could do better than that. But I mean, it does shape a lot. So I mean, this is something I definitely am gonna give a hard time to the team about next year for sure. Yeah. At the end of the day, it only gets better. This is the kind of thing that I don't really have. Like yeah, it's a sliding scale. Okay, we deployed our changes. I am hoping that everything works. It probably is not going to work because life isn't that simple. So let's see what new errors we got. And I'm not going to keep you that long. Like if we if we drag to a point where it's like, okay, I'm completely stuck, then we'll just call it quits, because this is where we're definitely. Ooh, what is that? Cannot import React Server DOM Webpack Writer from server app.js. Okay. This is something by React Server convention. Server.js files can only be imported from other server.js files. That way, nobody accidentally sends these to the client by indirectly importing this. I see. There's the Babel warning again. I should not have the Babel warning. But I don't really care at this point. Now that I know it's a warning, I don't care about the warning. I have to deal with this thing. So I think, honestly, this is one of those things where, because I just named this app.js, I don't have to name it app.js. I can name it app.server.js. All right, that was not a smart thing for me to code while the chat is still up. So hopefully that's a little bit better. So I just did a rename. React has some internal checks to make sure that it's only ever served from app.server.js. And we were trying to import this thing, and it caused some errors. Let me double check from the source here how that works. So let's see what they did. What they did was, that's why it's called api.server.js. Oh, you sneaky. All right. Well, I wish I knew that. Let me just kill Slack, because Slack is being noisy. Okay. Must serve from app.server.js, not app.js. Right. Deploying again. Yeah, I mean that we're just gonna keep discovering issues. So again, this is not the fastest way to do this. The fastest way is to actually do Amplify mock. So right now we're doing a full production deploy, but we can use Amplify mock to trigger the Lambda function locally. I might even try to do that just to exercise this, because I don't use this a lot. I just deploy directly. But when you're going through something as unknown as this, then it makes sense to run the Amplify mock locally. So let's try it. Amplify mock function RSC. See what we get. All right. So that's in our different show. I'm hoping that I can just run this. So Amplify mock function, and then I think I name my function RSC. So here goes. So I should be able to replicate or get a different error. Yeah, I don't have this JSON object. So this is running locally on my laptop without timed out. Why would it time out? Did I not? Maybe I need to provide an event JSON. I think it's pretty clear. I don't use this function much. JSON. Okay. Let's try it again. Is it deploying? All right, it's deploying. Good. And you're standing on the ledge, and it looks like you might fall. The tricky thing is, I don't know what is causing the timeout. It doesn't time out in the other thing, so it's timing out locally. I don't know why it's timing out locally. Did I forget something? I can't think of anything I forgot. So I'm just going to trust that it works, and just say that there's a difference between mocking and running this live on the server. But I'm going to have to figure that out. What is the why? What will cause it to time out locally here? Because I have no idea. This is some. I need to refer to the CLI experts on this one. And quite frankly, I need to use this more because I don't use it. Oh well. Yeah, the mock function is much better developed for the GraphQL capability, where you can actually run the GraphQL server locally if you use Amplify's GraphQL service. Yeah. Am I supposed to run Amplify mock API? REST APIs? No. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. Never mind. All right. Let's look at the deploy. Still deploying. Questions. Oh, I prepared this. I prepared this nice little blurb. It's too big. It's like hit here for like live chat, no delay. Hit here for YouTube. I don't know. There's this other format that I can mess around with. So let me feature. Yeah, questions are super welcome again. So this is the other format where it kind of scrolls across the bottom. It does mean that my face is covered, which is not that nice. And then has like the nice black version. This looks cool. Let's see if I can change the color here to something a little brighter, cheerier. Is this cheery enough? Yeah, I don't know. I can also change the background to something like this, something festive. Can play a video. Screw that. It should fade in and out. I wish that were better. Oh, I'm uploading files now. That's so nice. Okay, I can change the background here to like ugly Christmas sweater. Ooh. All right, it's time to get a new error, right? We're discovering every single piece of what it takes to serve this. New error. Oh, if it times out here, then we really have a timeout problem. Okay, new error. God, oh my God, what the fuck? Jesus, it's really fucking annoying. All right, we're just supposed to find node env. So this is something that was done inside of. I mean, why is it so secure? You could just assume that if I tell you to, it would just run in production. So node env production. Okay. Okay, fine. Be that way. If I could be like that, I'd do anything just to live one day in your shoes. Arguably, I should not run it in production. Maybe because I'm actually caring about dev. Let's just double check the error so that I don't have to do another round trip. Should I run it in dev? Screw it. Okay. Let's see if doing that and not reloading does anything. Publish new function. I wonder if that works. I'm trying to save time here. Okay. Let's get a new error now. Do you see that? Do you see that? We have something. We served a file. Okay. Okay. So what screwed up? Success, people. Success. Success. Hey, Natron. Yeah, I remember you from last time. We managed to get this file running. So that's a win. We're serving this file. We just need to serve the rest of the JS. So now I need to serve main.js. So here are the logs. So I'm just trying to inspect my logs because I think there's some minor routing issues that I need to fix, and then we're gonna be good. See, it's gonna ask for main.js and it's gonna fail. So essentially, I gotta set up some routing system, or I need to set like base URL. Okay, okay. I'm very close, guys. I'm very close. This is the source. We need to go to the red window. And we need to, inside of index.html, we need to fix this stuff. Okay, so right now, this is what it's requesting. It's requesting from that root and then /dev slash style.rss CSS. So I need RSC. So I need to serve to this little path here /RSC. And where's main? Wait, where's main? What? There's no main? Server. Main. There's no main. Where do I add the main? Main.js. There we go. Okay, so that's the only two files, and then there's a favicon, which I don't care about. Okay, fine. Let's do the favicon. Favicon. Okay, I really don't care about the favicon. Okay, so I think that's the only modification I needed to do. It would be nice if I could just try it out here. What if I tried it out like that? Would it download RSC? Would that work? Is there a way I can force reload like that? I just need this to render. Okay, you know what? rsli/main.js. I should get back some JS. Don't get back JS. Okay, well, save myself some trouble there. So we're now trying to figure out how I can serve files, because I need to serve that main.js. Wait, hang on. Do I have a main.js? I do have a main.js. Do I have cross.svg? Yeah, okay, this is a problem. Oh, sorry, Natron. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is a routing issue again. Okay, I got it. So in our server, we configured our configured this thing. to use app.use express.static, but I need this to respect the function path. So express.static with path prefix. Okay, see how that works. If anyone knows Express really well, let me know. Oh, okay. Nice. It's called a virtual path prefix. Thank you, Tutorials Point. Your service is always stellar. Okay. Must serve files using path prefix. Let's get a little bit fancy and let's call it virtual path prefix. Okay. Okay, I hope that works. We're gonna have to deploy a little bit again. You know, it's possible that I could just edit this directly here. Go to the latest. If I could be like that. It's too large to enable inline code editing. Oh, screw you. Yeah. Oh well. We were able to edit just now, but I think we just ran over that limit of manual edit. Michael Edelman. Hey, Michael. What's up? Michael says use CloudFront redirects / rewrites. Yeah, let's check that out. I don't know how to. Okay. Oh, you mean Amplify rewrites? Amplify user guide redirects. Yeah. This is totally a good approach, but I need to get everyone on the right page on the right route first, because if I don't do that, then yeah, I mean, once I have everyone normalized on the same path, right? Right now, I have some people on the /RSC path, some people I don't. So that's the issue I'm trying to deal with. But yeah, Michael, for like a production thing, whatever that means, I would do that. Yes. Good call, Michael. Thank you. But I mean, look, like I think we're really close. Look at this, right? We're serving an index.js file. We're able to load a main.js. And the main.js is statically built already, right? Like I can serve that. Then the only thing, oh, you know what? What else I have to test? I have to test the /react path. All right, let's test that. No, Michael, it's fine. Thank you for weighing in and offering your feedback. Okay, /react. See what we get here. Internal server error. Okay, that's a good error to get. Man, without like figuring this out by yourself without a guide is very tricky. There we go. Unexpected token U and JSON. Oh no, what does this mean? App server.js 6925. So it's supposed to say JSON parse request.query.location, but I don't have a request. So I expect this is undefined. Okay, so we need to know how this location gets passed. Oh, you know what? Oh, I know how this works. So let's look at the demo. for. Wait, you know what? We may already have deployed it. We're still not deploying. Never mind. Okay, let's look at the demo again. This is how the requests actually get run for React. So if you go over to their demo and you go to XHR, and then you do like a new here, it says React location, blah blah blah. So I need to copy this, copy link address, and I need to take all of this stuff, then paste it over here. Ooh, you see that? You see that? Oh, guys, we have streaming React from a serverless function. Oh, this is the end game, guys. End game. End game. End game. End game. All right, who's ready to fail epically because I'm so excited? That did not load. I still can't tell what it was. Okay. It's still requesting main.js. Okay, this is a problem. Why is it still requesting main.js? I suspect it's because I didn't build anything. So I have index.html. This is the one I added the /rsc file path to. And I have the build script where I added the /rsc to the main.js. But I actually needed to run the build in order for the final output, which is this thing, where, yeah, that was the issue. Okay, I'm going to make this a script. So let's call it like build. And then I'll call it node./ scripts build. Is that what I did? No, I used some production variable. So let's go through my history. There's a command to get history. Yeah, node end production. So I need to use this. Okay, so I'm rebuilding that script. So now what I expect to see is that inside of the build folder when it's done, now I'm running Webpack. Thanks, Natron says bravo. We're almost there, guys. This feels like it took way longer than I thought it would take. But then I also don't really know what I thought. Wait, something's different. Now everything is inside a /rsc folder. That's not right. So I'm gonna go against my better nature and better judgment and just drag out the build output here. I think that's the right call. Okay. So now the build index HTML has the RSC stuff here that I need for the real thing to show up. Okay, so let me add a note of that. So I would normally add like a script to say like go remember to move main JS files. I can't really be bothered to like do a proper build script, but just know that I know that's not the best way to do it, but whatever. Okay, good. Fix build file format. Okay. Push up again. So, but it does mean. What does it mean? What does it mean? And you nod your head, yes. I think if I go /rc/main.js now, I actually get the JS file. Do I not? Error content decoding failed 200. Why did I? What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, okay, I get the JS file. Okay, so it was just expecting a different file format. Well, that's good. Okay, let's get the CSS file. Good. Right. Yeah, that's what I expect. Okay, so I'm serving all the static files correctly. And I just need to, yeah, I need to wait for the update. Okay, more questions. Question time, it says. Yeah, so hopefully that was all clear. The history of what we've done so far, like, remember when we started out, we were very confidently saying, during the first task copying over, that was like only the initial bit, because we did all of this, and then we needed to figure out how to fix the errors. We needed to get the routes correct. The disabling of cache did nothing. There was another check for the name of the API server. So API server needs to have .server.js. That was super annoying to find out. Then we need to serve the files using a virtual path prefix. So that was this thing over here. I'm killing time, by the way. If you want to ask actual questions, please ask away, because I don't. I'm just kind of waiting for it to deploy. Whereas these are the virtual path prefix, very fancy. Virtual reality, and always. And then finally, we needed to serve the files in the way that this particular serverless function format wants us, which is there's a namespace /dev. Then we need like to handle the /rc. So the build files. It's not here. This used to be just main.js. So one of the ways I was thinking about solving this was using base URL. If you've never dealt with this before, it's like it's like one of the weirdest HTML elements. Of base. Yeah, it's just a thing that resets what your base is. So if you said your base is so if you said that your base is href example.com, then your target is actually I don't know what this means. All right, let's show you from a code pen, because I think I'm gonna have to wait a while for this to deploy. So I think we'll be able to deploy. I think it's like pen.new. Okay, so if I set base, base href, foo, and then I had an a href main .html. So that I'm waiting for this a to show up here. So this. Oh, that's not right. Maybe it's like, maybe if I have like script source equals to main main.js script. See, I'm trying to teach you something I don't really know shit about, but basically, fuck. CSS? Ah, huh. Okay, I don't know how base is used then. Because I thought that this would be this would have foo appended to it because I set foo as the base. Maybe not. Oh, you know what? Although I'm on the CodePen domain, but I set the base to example.com. So it seems to have passed example.com as like the head domain. So I guess that's how it works. I don't know. I've run into this before, so there's some way to do this. I don't know. Make of that what you will, but that's my little drop of knowledge. Okay, please work. We're so close to done. Error content decoding failed. All right. Okay, so there's a content decoding issue from Lambda. Uh, AWS Lambda error content decoding failed. Bet someone. What the? Really? Can you please explain where to edit? Yeah, please. AWS Lambda identity. Okay, so AWS Lambda is messing with our server response, so we need to tell it to not mess with it, which is a little bit annoying, but all right. I think if I just set this thing, it's gonna work. Let's link up the Stack Overflow issue. Natron, I don't think it's an express thing because Natron says is it an express thing? I don't think so because this issue doesn't show up in this demo. This demo is pure express, whereas this demo is express piped through AWS Lambda. That's the thing that we set up earlier. So AWS Lambda is clearly manipulating the responses so that even though I get the correct content, the decoding flag is somehow set wrongly. So we need to tell AWS to quit their bullshit. So I suspect that there's no other way it's set here. I suspect that this is it, but I'm really basing it on a single Stack Overflow comment. What we can do is try to verify that this is the issue. Potential fix for Natron says gotcha. Okay, so potential fix for content encoding issue. Okay, let's also leave breadcrumbs for ourselves. Because it might be hard to find later on. Otherwise, we get yeah. I mean, I'm really tired of this slow deploy thing. I don't have a better approach. If there is, I need to know from my team or people who have figured it out. But in the meantime, while we deploy this, feel free to ask more questions. I'm going to continue researching this error in case there's some other issue. What is the supported content encodings? Isn't it so nice when you clean up all your tabs? Um, Serving files from AWS Lambda. Yeah, this seems to happen a lot with some kind of gzip thing. So I'm not sure if we're supposed to turn it off or turn it on. API Gateway is currently oblivious of gzip. Ooh. Binary support. Oh. Okay. This looks promising. Okay. I'm looking for more alternative solutions and whatever. Disable the compression middleware is a workaround. I still can't. Okay. So we have compression middleware here. We may not need it. I don't know what this does. Yeah, one of my other possibilities is to opt out of this. AWS Lambda compression middleware conflict? I don't know. No JS. Yeah. Okay. So, what is that? Let's see. Still deploying. Still deploying. No, this is the CLI. Okay. So one option I have is to remove it. The other thing I wanted to check was, so inside of my source code, when I scaffolded out the sample function, I did preserve it at the bottom. And I noticed that there is no compression done here. Event context. That's interesting. Maybe I need that. Maybe I need cores. Okay. One thing I'm definitely going to try is to remove this, and then the next thing I'm going to try is to add this middleware thing. So let me just bring it up. Bring it up, bring it up. I don't think I need to turn off cores. So I think it's just this stuff. Maybe to try later. Still uploading files. Brandon Roberts says, "Does anyone need cores?" Probably not. I don't know. Cores, I still don't really understand what it's trying to do. Like Cores doesn't work on a server, so it doesn't really provide any protection. It just gets in the way of the developer when they're coding. Um, the non-cynical view is that you're on one domain. Sorry, if you're not from an approved domain, then you don't get to request my API. Yeah, it's for like super basic like unauthenticated APIs. I don't understand why you still want cores. Okay, let me blow up the graphics because we're in like wait mode, right? So let me blow up the graphics a little bit. So there's a question from Sitham. Let me lower the blue as well. What's your opinion about WebAssembly? It's cool. I've never touched it. That's my opinion. um, yeah, it really seems so. A couple things. Um, so there's WebAssembly on the client on the browser, and then there's WebAssembly as a broader like sandbox for server side use cases, and that seems super interesting as well. Um, Something I did not know, and I recently found out, which you may enjoy. Oh, actually, let's take a pause in that question, and see if this thing actually is done. Because if it's done, then we can all go home. No content failed. Okay. So I'm gonna try the compression thing. What the fuck is this though? Serverless Express middleware event context. What the fuck is that? Sorry, I'm gonna come back to your WASM question in a bit. Yeah, I don't need this, right? Yep. Okay. So I'm commenting out the compressed middleware. That's the only thing I'm doing. Maybe it might be incompatible with the environment that we're trying to run it in. Okay, so back to your question about WebAssembly. Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you what I found recently, which is pretty cool. WASM fourth language of the world. So as of this time last year, the four official languages of the web is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and WebAssembly. Like that was a wow moment for me. Like, oh, this isn't some hacky thing. I mean, yeah, I knew that it was gonna be like run natively, but it's like, oh, Andy says, does it make sense to manually fiddle with the 11 at AWS console? It would make sense if they let me, but now they no longer let me. So it says your deployment package is too large to enable code editing. So I could do that if it was bigger, if it was smaller, but apparently we've crossed that limit. Let me refresh to make sure that that is still the case. I don't see why that would not be the case because we keep adding stuff. Maybe if I like deleted some static files or something, because like we're zipping up the whole thing, we probably don't need the whole thing. Yeah, it's too big. So yeah, arguably we can lighten that load for sure. So Andy, you're right, but we're gonna stick with this for now because if this works, then good. But it is super slow. I feel like it's getting slower for some reason, and I don't know why. This is not normal, but whatever. Yeah, let me know if there's other ways I can do this, or if people are coding along at home, you should know that there is the repo and you can play around with it yourself on your own environment. So um, I'm trying to paste it in the chat, but my iPad is screwed up again. Mm. My iPad is screwed up again, so my second monitor is dead. It's hang on. Let me paste this in there. Um, Michael Edelman says it's pasting. Is it hanging on the Lambda deploy? I don't think it is. Why would you say that it is? No, it's just uploading files. It just takes a super long time. I mean, this is particularly bad. I don't remember it being this bad. Um, it's uploading. And that's a good sign, right? Yeah. So what do we do? We remove the compression middleware. And that's in an attempt to fix this fix this bug, fix this issue with. No, not that's not the one. Yeah, trying to fix this error content encoding decoding failed. If anyone knows how to fix this, I'd be very grateful because this is really bothering me. Hey, it served it correctly. Is that a good sign or what? Wait. Error aborted 144. Wait, I see some good news, but what is going on? Okay, we're seeing something weird. We're seeing like the double RSC here. So the thing that we worked so hard to implement now is not working in our favor. Um, so let me, yeah. So Neutron says there's two RSC. Remove the one in your files. No, yep, correct. So let me do that. I'm a little bit confused as to why it updated so fast. You know what? It could be because I put in this virtual path here, and then I forgot about that in the real code. So, but it's pretty clear. So let me double check my thinking, right? It's pretty clear that I need to not do this because that is a double RSC, and that's something I definitely don't want. Okay, I know how to do that. Oh, and then let me check the CSS as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's go to public index. Let's delete this thing here. Let's go to app server. Let's go to scripts build. Let's delete the RSC there. Okay. Then still deploying the old function. It could be a mismatch. I might be doing something unnecessary. I don't know. So if I run npm run build, yeah, am I sure I want this? I'm not sure I want this. Can we just wait until this is done? Because I feel like it's almost done. Because I'm not sure. Like, it makes sense, right? It makes sense that I would never ever want a double RSC inside of my requests. a single one is fine, and we only did it because I thought it was necessary for serving, but that's clearly not the case now. Oh, almost done, almost done, almost done, almost done. Almost done. I just want to make. I just want to have a clean deploy in case I have some like weird mismatch thing. So yeah, Natron, I remember that. Natron says, remember when you pulled it out of the RSC folder and build? Should I not have done that? I'm very confused now. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, so although Natron, good job for like staying on top of what I'm actually trying to do here, which is very, very cool. Appreciate that. Note that we're not getting that compression error though. So I think this is progress. So let's undo what we just did by running node or npm run build, which is the build script that we did just now. And that rebuilds this React app. And I think we won't have to move the build main.js files again. So I think that works. All right, let's check the build output. Yeah, main.js. We basically reverted the change. No, Neutron, you're right. You're right. I thought I needed it because of the weird server, like serving static files from a serverless function. That is not a normal use case at all. So I thought I needed it, but it seems like I didn't need it. Undo /rc namespace inside of built artifacts. By the way, a lot of people typo artifacts or they misspell artifacts. There's an E in it. And again, like is there a way to do we need this node modules here? We do, right? Carlos says also remove the public SVG. Why? What does the SVG have to do with it? Carlos, could you elaborate? I'm not sure I follow. The SVGs have never caused us any issues. And they're pretty small. The SVGs are like. Yes, Andy, you got the artifact issue. Yes, build artifact. Question: Amplify doesn't have some sort of actions like GitHub Actions. It does actually. I just didn't want to set it up because I don't. I don't actually know how to do it. Funny enough, so it has GitHub. It has a continuous deployment for. Yeah. Carlos says it could be faster if there were less files. It's possible. I highly doubt it. I don't think it's that. I think it's the node modules that are causing all these issues. But you know what? In the spirit of experimentation, let's do this because it really doesn't matter to us. Once I was 7 years old. Um, oh, Natron says that would allow us to remove the node modules. You're very smart, man. Very, very smart. Okay. I see what you I see what you're saying. I don't know how to set up. Okay, let me go look. Go look this up. I need to know how to do it anyway. Amplify functions, build process. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can run a build for Amplify functions. So that is something I'm looking at right now. For Once I was 7 years old. There we go. Once I was 7 years old. Yeah, okay. So this is the key passage. Amplify push will look for a script definition in the project roots um, package JSON with an Amplify resource name. So you, oh, does it do npm install for you? Natron says, can you go GitHub to Amplify that way the build happens to GitHub and pushes to Amplify? Yes, you can. You would have to set up the Amplify CLI within GitHub. That would be, yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Dev brother. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's possible. I haven't done it before. Yeah. These are all things that you know. Arguably, the faster way to do it would be that. Like, there's a trade off between like, do I, am I how far am I from the final the solution, right? Like, is this the correct configuration for it to work? If yes, then I don't need to waste time doing all that build setup. But if I wanted to invest more time in doing that build setup, then yes, it would be easier for me to iterate. So yeah, I'm a little bit like I don't know what to do. So if this doesn't work, because I think I will be out of options when if this current configuration fails. If so, then we probably should try to set up some faster iteration. My preferred approach would definitely be to make this small enough that I can edit it here um, inside of the AWS Lambda console. I think we can do that because it seems like they actually run npm install for you when you upload it. So I could just not I could just delete the node modules. Um, so so that could work. And then if that fails, then we do the GitHub thing, or we do this other stuff. Okay. I mean, yeah. I think that's a ooh. We are done uploading. Let me clear my console. I mean, I'm so defeated at this point that I don't know. Success. Different error. What? What the fuck is this? Connection close. Forbidden. Who are you? Wait, we have a new error. We're displaying React on the page. It's just not the React that I thought it is. What the hell is connection closed? This says React DevTools backend.js. So I suspect it's just a DevTools thing. So if I go into incognito and I do this, what does that give me? No, it's the same thing. I mean, it loads everything correctly. It's great. It gives me this forbidden thing. What is connection closed? Yeah, it's not just DevTools. I'm in incognito now, and I can replicate the same exact error. So DevTools just reflecting it for us, doing whatever. So yeah, this may be something where we don't have a choice. We might be stuck because it just wasn't designed to. Or we don't know what the setting is to do this. I mean, we got pretty far. We just it starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. All I know. If anyone has, okay, so yeah, so there's some questions coming in. /RSD/React. That's a good question. Oh, look at that! Yeah, Carlos spotted it. Yeah, it could, yeah. Carlos, I think you're right. Kazak, no, the DB is not set up, but that would be the easy part. Trust me, we're doing all the hard parts. Once we have it running inside the serverless function, then yes, we'll be able to add the DB pretty easily. That would be that was going to be my finishing move, but we're having trouble getting there. So, but I think someone, whoever talked about the RSC React, the Carlos, you're absolutely right, because look at this API request. It's going straight to /React. So that's not what we want. We need to go to dev/rsd/React. See, if I took this request URL and copy the link address, dev/rsd, then I get back the actual serialized output. This is the thing I'm supposed to render, and I cannot render it. So I'm very close. I just need to figure out how to make this request go away. So VS Code. I think it could be as simple as doing this. Dev RC. Strict origin when cross origin. Nastrom says strict origin when cross origin. Yeah, Nate, let me know if you need me to do something, because I think I don't need to, but I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna try something and delete the node modules in an attempt to make it faster. Fix the fetch function to request properly. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Nate. I agree. But I think we were pretty close. I think we needed to tweak the fetch to respect the model that we have. It's just that slightly different from everything else. All right, let's push this. I have deleted the node modules. So these are all very small files. So ideally it should deploy quickly, and if we need to make any small changes, we can make it inside of the AWS Lambda console. So that would be very nice. Does anyone have song requests or questions? I can always take questions. This is question time. Yeah, I mean, trial and error. This is totally undocumented, but I feel like we've made a lot of progress. Like we now are serving our main JS files properly. We've figured that out even without knowing any of this. So I mean, to me, this is we're getting very far. Whether or not we can actually go all the way, open question. But we're getting very far. Actually, whoever suggested deleting the SVG files, that was a very good call because we don't actually use the SVG files. All right, someone has a comment. Carlos, it's because the lambda is pushed to the server inside a path prefix. Yeah, that's how it's set up. So this is different from the demo, right? The demo, the the raw demo is literally localhost 4000, and then you can do whatever. There's no complication of like foo/bar and then doing that. So we have this little issue in that the way that we're deploying it gives us some limitations. I'm not sure how we can take. I don't think we can take care of that. So like if this was Netlify, it would be like .netlify/functions/react. And in fact, it would be like RSC slash something like that. That'll be what we have to do. So it's a immutable thing. Like when you move from a server full world, you do have more control over your routes, and then serverless, you do have by default more limitations. Ooh. Yeah, you're not Michael. You do that. I was actually very obsessed with those stuff lately. So when I was in college, I was in a band, a cappella group, and that's where I ever first heard of Don't Stop Believing, because I mean I didn't grow up in the US. So let's see if that group is still around. Pensions and acapella. Chances are no. Are they still around? No, they're still around. Holy shit. And they're good. We were not very good. Are they good? '30th anniversary. Oh man, that's cool. Kiss. Okay. Big Yellow Taxi. Yeah. Anyway, just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Kazak, what is your thought on the server JS and client JS thing? It's going to complicate stuff a lot. How? That's literally it. Remember some rules? No big deal. The complication is with library authors and Webpack plugin bundler authors. It's really swept under the surface. So that's my comment on this. Like it's really good for app authors because it's extra capability without the without the cost. So no API. And searching myself is just too hard. Yeah, there's no API. Yeah, this is the comment that that I made. I went through the demo twice, line by line, and then where's the comment? Yeah. So Sebastian on the React core team has a really good talk. If you haven't seen it, it really drives. You can see it throughout all of his work on the React team. He gave a talk at JSConf Europe about how he likes a small API surface area as a framework author. And here, the only API really is just the file name. So I don't have an issue with it because a lot of it's just hidden by bundlers, IO libraries, and other mechanisms that it's just implementation detail for people. Yeah, thanks for the compliments on the voice. If I was actually any good, I would do that. But I'm sing on coding live streams. That's the extent of my singing. I'm also I really want to play piano and guitar to accompany myself. But yeah, I mean, can't believe these guys are good now. We really sucked. We were just like eight guys, and I mean they're really good people. Loved had a lot of fun with it. I'm just we weren't the best. Yeah, these guys look fun. Wow, they actually really put effort. We did not put any effort whatsoever. we sounded good, but wow, damn, wow, holy shit. I'm gonna listen to these guys because they're sexy now. Yeah. So my favorite bar in New York, Sid Gold's. It's sidgolds.com. Is a piano karaoke bar, and I actually did "Don't Stop Believing" on one of the nights, and it was pretty much the highest song ever. Because the register is so high. I forget the lead singer on Journey. I actually finished the song and it was decent. Steve Perry. I finished the song, it was decent, and then the pianist was like, "Dude, that was you did a Steve Perry song that you should be very proud." And I thought that was one of my high points on my Sid Gold's journey. Journey, no pun. Okay, resources uploaded in the cloud. All right, let's see what fails now. Success. What? Guys. This is React. What now? Let's see we got this is server components. This is the React server components running. Wow, I was actually kind of doubting that we'll ever get there. I'm sure you were too, but we kept the faith. We said hello from AppServer.js. That was so hard. Okay. Let's do the easy stuff, right? Okay, so let's pull in some client. So let's say temp.server. And this is quick patent this. Thank you everyone for your help, by the way. This I would have given up if I was not on a live stream. Let's do the easy. Okay, I want to do two things. I want to do client side state to show that server components and client components can act together, and then I want to add a DynamoDB and then query DynamoDB from there, and then we can call it a day. So I think we're downhill from there because we have this set up now. Hopefully, it's just easy to deploy. That's the only thing that we need to worry about. So client client.js. Okay. Import. By the way, this will eventually go away. So the future-proof method is to import star as React from React. Function temp. So a client, client component can use hooks. Use count whatever 0 count. It is so often I can kind of do it in my sleep, but I will say it really is a lot easier in Svelte. So you should try Svelte if you can. All right, and then let's import this. I'm gonna upload that all that code, by the way, so you don't have to go through what I did. Okay, so we have a client component. Hello from. Okay, we should probably say hello from temp.client.js. Okay, what else do we need? Okay, so Christopher, hey, how are React serverless components? Yeah, we just invented them. You just saw this on the live stream that we made React run in the serverless. React server components run in a serverless environment. There's a lot of little nuances to take care of, but we really learned every little bit of the server component system. So I really like these exercises as a way to learn. So it's completely unnecessary, but it's a nice app for sure. Format. Okay. Okay. What else did we want to do? We wanted to do DynamoDB, right? Okay. First of all, can I do this within here? Chances are I cannot, but let me reload this. So okay, on npm run build. Hey Matt. Hey, yeah, Matt. I don't know if you just came by, but we managed to start from a complete scratch file, boot up a AWS Lambda function, and then take the serverless components demo. This is the one that officially came from React, the React core team. Take this, which is server full, and then port all that code to serverless, and then eliminate one by one all the issues that arose. So now we know as much of the system as that was possible. Yeah, and also if anyone wants the code, it's available. So you can just go here. I'm going to paste the code again, and have fun with it. Check out this code. I'm gonna like add, like a README like explanation of like, hey, this thing is from a serverless function. Did you know that you can run React server components in a serverless function? It is a design goal of that. So okay, we've regenerated the client, and then something I always forget to do is it works. I'll add client component. Okay, and then let's push it. It's real good. Yeah, it's still too big, Nate. Like, it's still too big. I don't know what I need to do. I deleted the. Hang on, I deleted the known modules. How did it? Oh, I think so. I think it's part of the build. Christopher Demery says, "What are the response times you're getting on this?" Um, your it has an apostrophe and an e in it, but otherwise, that is a good question. So let's look at the waterfall. Don't go chasing waterfalls. um, is this the one I'm looking for? 300 milliseconds. Uh, okay, I'm just gonna refresh this, and then you can tell me. Is how would you tell the waterfall? How do you want to measure the waterfall? I don't have to go away or nothing at all. Um, yeah. I mean, so the initial HTML is 300 milliseconds, and then the the stream. mm, the server rendered stuff is like 1 second in, but then it's I don't know how to measure this. Yeah, I've never worked with dev tools like this either. Here, um, house or GT metrics. Let's just try it, right? Like let's just you guys can take this URL and see what you can do with it. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't expect it to be particularly fast, but maybe it is. I haven't like optimized shit. Oh, we got an A, whatever that means. 1.5 seconds fully loaded time, 150 KB JS. This is the runtime of React, by the way. This is irreducible. What React Server Components does is reduce the remaining, 1 megabyte of your JavaScript. So that's the request over there. Yeah, I don't know. Please tell me what you think. Use your tools, whatever. I pasted it in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, so when I refresh, is this done yet? It's not done yet. Yeah. So Nate, like that faster deploy method that we talked about doesn't work from here because every time we deploy, it installs the node modules again. I deleted this before, but it's reinstalling it just to have the build. Um, I don't know if I did anything wrong here because it should not happen. But that's as far as I can tell. Yeah, I mean that's not ideal. I need to figure out a better way to do this because it is really super slow and like I would not wish this on anyone. But yeah, I mean, well, you're always welcome to use Netlify. I still win. um, I just figured the real challenge would be getting into work on AWS. It would also force me to know my own tools better. So that's all. That's all I'm trying to do. Um, okay. What other song requests? Any other song requests or questions about life I don't know if I fully answered the WebAssembly thing. So let me talk about the WebAssembly thing a little bit. So earlier on, for those people who joined, oh, I just started up Slack again. I'm sorry. I shut Slack down to give myself more resources, but then I forgot. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just like waiting for this to upload. No, no. So let's talk about let's talk about random, maybe random. Um, yeah. Okay. So there's this really cool Shopify article, which it seems like Shopify is using them for their security features. Um, so I'm gonna put this in the chat. Um, Natron, yes, I work at AWS. Yes, that's correct. Um, and then the other article that I really liked about this is that is this idea of synchronous invocation from JavaScript. So what there are many angles at which to play WebAssembly. One of them is that you can compile other code into WebAssembly to optimize hot paths. So you can still write JavaScript, but for things where JavaScript is too slow, you can drop down into like C++, Rust, Go, AssemblyScript, whatever, and optimize to the point. If you go all the way down, that they reduced the overall bundle size by shipping the big stuff in WebAssembly, and then it was running faster. It was running 65% faster in terms of speed. So it's a huge win. If you need if you build an app that's where high performance is an issue, you got to go WebAssembly. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm pretty excited about WASI. So WASI is this idea. WASI Lane Clark is this idea that WebAssembly also happens to do a very cool like a very secure sandbox, to the point where the creator of Docker uh, said that if WASI had existed, they would not have to create Docker. That's a huge endorsement. So very, very big on both browser and server. So that's as much as I know. I haven't actually played with it myself. So I know how to say the right words and mouth sounds, but I don't actually know how to write it. So um, you know, so I'm just an observer. But yeah, let's see some client components. Oh no, we have another issue. Guys, what did we do? What do I gotta do to make you love me? Mm-hmm. What do I got to do to be heard? What do I say when lightning strikes me? I'm sorry, it got to be the hardest word. Carlos, there's a question. Carlos says, what are your thoughts about the React core team being so distant from server features, and suddenly they came with React Server Components RFC? They were not distant at all. They have been dropping hints on this for 2 years, um, and yeah, if you were paying attention, you would have seen all the hints. So let me give you some examples. So Ben Abramov, hybrid. This was in May, I think. Um, May, talking about Next.js. This was in May, talking about the distinction between client centered and server centered. He was talking with DHH from Rails about this, and yeah, I mean they've been talking about this for years. I have receipts. I have receipts. Concurrent React notes. If you want the full timeline, I think I stopped collecting notes on this in 2019. But if you want a full timeline, you go here, and then you go timeline, you can see the full history of all the server side stuff that they've been talking about. It's a long history, and it's in a mix of a bunch of things. But essentially, this is like the streaming server side rendering stuff that they were talking about in 2018. Um, you know, you don't need to know any of this. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so let's try and figure out what this bug is if we can. But I'm like kind of ready to declare victory. I just want to, like, if this is easy, then let's figure it out, right? That's the thing. Yeah, Matt, I have. This is the thing that initially got me on the React speaking circuit. I wrote my most popular blog post about this. It kind of made me in the React world. So definitely have a lot of sentimental attachment to this. I don't understand this question. So Michael says, having a hard time wrapping my head around where caching takes place. I can show you. So caching, and this is the core team's demo, the green window. The caching takes place here. Cache. Yeah, it's on the client side. So yeah, check out their code. This is the code that they released on that day, and it's not. I mean, it's just a map. That's all it is. So, all right. More questions. More questions. Nate Strom, does this mean that you can just remove the no modules folder before you define it? No. No, it does not. So yeah, this is like an Amplify question. So Natron says the Amplify console automatically detects the front-end framework and associated build settings by inspecting the packages on your file. This is more for the CLI. Actually, no, I don't know what this means. Hang on. It might do, but I always override it. So I actually don't know what it does if I don't override it. It's a good call. Yeah, anyway, that's my best answer. It's not a huge deal for me. So anyway, okay. What the fuck is that error? Okay, guys, like we're so close. We need to get client side components running, and then we're good. Okay, so so we have this React Server DOM Webpack Writer Node Production Min Server JS. The fuck? Do I even want to debug this? How do I debug this? Sources. Oh, God. Line 16 at D. Okay, it's not a super long line. Let's look at D. DAPL. Fuck me. What the hell is D? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Type error, cannot read properly. Hey, Lauren. Lauren. We got server components running in a serverless function. And now we're facing this stupid error. If you know what this error is, let me know. Actually, I can just change. You know what? So we were running React in production. So let's not do that. Let's do React in dev. Um, Development. Okay, Lauren, I actually want to show you the working code because this is embarrassing. This is not working code. Um, Fuck. Okay. All right. Okay, let's show Lauren the working code, and then we can reproduce the error. But I also want to unset the Lauren. Let me know if you want to come on. Actually, we can chat. But so we run this in production, but there's no reason to run this in production. We can just run this in development, right? So let's look at the core teams demo, and then it's the green windows core team demo, and then node env development. Okay, development. Let's try to run it without minimization and like obfuscation and all that. That'd be pretty cool. And then let us. Okay. Let us. I mean, so Lauren, just like trust us that we got it running. I just want to make sure. I just want to make this error show up so that we can debug it. Since you're here, there's a chance. I mean, and no obligation, obviously, if you need to go, but there's a chance that we might be able to figure this out and show. So we got server components running, but then we had this error when we added a client component on top of it. So I don't know what this code does, but it does this thing over here on the right, and we're giving it undefined. We're so perhaps I don't even trust this error trace. I don't know what something is undefined when it should not be. So we're passing. There's some type safety issue, whatever. Anyway, so we built this file. Let's just say. Run in dev, not production. And the code is on GitHub. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, the code is on GitHub. Yeah. Something. I mean, right now, the main pain point in our entire live stream so far has been that the deployment is super slow. I don't see a way around it, unless I can. Yeah, I don't see a way around it. Yeah. Okay. So Lauren's asking for a link. Matt, you already gave the link. Oh, Matt cannot see. Lauren cannot see the link because Matt, you are not the host. So YouTube automatically hides URLs that are dropped by channel members. That's a fun fact, right? But Lauren, if you want to come on, actually, I'm just gonna DM you again. No obligation. But yeah, right now what I'm doing is I've switched everything to development so that we can debug better. But we're still gonna have the same error that we had before. Yeah. Send an invite on Twitter. Okay. And then I'm also taking song requests because we're very bored when we're waiting. So, but yeah, I mean, Lauren, if you're looking at the code, it's buried quite deeply because of the way that Amplify works. It's very ugly, but the way that you do this, you go inside of the Amplify folder here, backend, function source, and then source, and everything is here. This is the code. I call this React app instead of calling it source again, so that I don't have src. But otherwise, this is all of it. I need to eliminate that ds store command. Um, but yeah, I mean, right now we're working on debugging this client side issue, and if we can do that, then we have a fully functioning, full stack server and client component app. Then the only thing I want to do is hook up DynamoDB, so that we can have, we can do direct API queries. In fact, I mean, since we're waiting, would it be a smart idea to start adding it now? I think we can do that. I'm just worried about like this updating thing. I don't want like inconsistent state to happen and then like it fucks up our cloud and we have to like delete it and restart it. I don't think it will happen, but like there's a chance, and then that would be very bad. So let's just be patient. Yeah, Nate. Actually, I don't know what were we talking about before. Like, what's our other discussion topics? We talked about WebAssembly. We talked about acapella. We talked about, I don't know. We talked about a lot of things. As we go on, you'll remember all the times we had together, and as our love sings. Natron says different branch. I don't know what that means, Natron. What does that mean? Um, you want me to? Oh, you okay? I see. For developing, I gotcha. Um, yeah, it's not a branch issue. It's more the remote state, like the deployment state. Um, but yeah, I just rather not mess with it. There's certain things. There's a few things that could go on here, right? Let's say I'm deploying one thing now, and then I try and provision a database and deploy that deploys and has a conflict. That's possible. I don't think that's very likely because I have full control when things get pushed. The issue, I really am worried about is once this completes, once this process completes, it actually does modify some of the files locally. Because it gets that remote information and updates locally as well. And if I was in a different branch, it would not know that, and it might cause the conflicts. But we're almost done anyway. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Nate. I mean, that was a good instinct. I have messed around with this enough that like I am a bit worried about the post install step. Like if this was clean, if this was like a totally async thing with no consequences here, then yeah, I would do that. But there is some post. There are like sort of post deploys issues. Okay, so now let's try to get a different error and something more informative. Okay, Lauren, we have a resolve module metadata is the issue. So I don't know what the hell that is, but let's try it. Let's figure it out. So here, node modules, next server DOM webpack CJS, next server DOM, 13342. Oh yeah, we should always serve it in development. Look at this, it's so much easier. Oh, except it's lying to us. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. This isn't a real file. React Server DOM Webpack node development server. What? That's not a real file. Okay, this is some Webpack bullshit. Webpack has like virtual files internally. So it could be from anywhere. I have no idea where it's from. This is a tricky one. Let's look at the React source code. You're in desperation mode when you develop the React source code. There you go. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, I can take out. I can rule out. Oh, here's the one. Yeah, I don't have confidence that we're gonna resolve this. Okay, you see that? So bundler config might be undefined. Uh, yeah, Carlos says maybe it's a server side only error. It's possible. Um, what? But like, why would server components work fine and then client components not? Okay, but hang on. The main thing is I cannot get past this issue of like cannot read property quotes of undefined because that to me says we're trying to read an undefined, and if this is the line of code that is executing, then we're not giving it a config that it's expecting. Therefore, we need to figure out where this bundler config is coming from, which is a Webpack map. Um, okay. I don't really. If anyone has a clue how you would debug this, oh, the above error occurred in the content component. Oh, why didn't we see this earlier? Oh, we know what this is. Okay, guys. I know what's up. I know what's up. Um, this is the smartest I have ever felt this year. Um, okay. So, this is what happened. Okay, when we made this server, we said render React tree with these parameters. That's in Lauren and the React core team's demo. When we moved it over here, notice that we want this on the client side. So this is it's not the client side. Sorry. Notice that we want this. Notice that we have this on the client side. We expect to update it on the client side with location. Um, but inside of our serverless function, when we rendered the React tree, we had this stuff. I don't know if this is supposed to be there or not. What I do know is that we don't need it. So I'm going to just remove this. I think that's right. And we need to make sure that on the client side, we clean out all the the potential sources of error. Like this is fine. This is not so fine. I don't know what use server response is. So let's check it out. Use server response comes from cache client. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should be messing with this. Use server response. Um, okay. Wow, this is hard. You see, I don't think I found the source of error. There's nothing here that could potentially cause the error, but it says the thing that we do know. It says the above error occurred in the content component. Yeah. Um, so it may not be the location thing. It just may be response.readroute, whatever response.readroute is. Um, Everything else seems like it checks out. So what is response.readroute? It's use server response. And it's this create from fetch API. Let's try to read this network request again, because I feel like there's some clues here. Okay, so Lauren came in with some hints. Use server response is basically fetching the RSC tree from the API, then returning the RSC model. The model itself needs to be read by a read route before it renders. Yeah, agreed. Um, can you comment out to? Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Yes, I mean that seems like a sane thing to do. And we might have to leave it there. I don't know, but like, yeah, I mean that's a sane thing to do. So let's take out temp.client. So this would be a server component, and that's the only thing that we render. I do need to build it again. Okay, and then I need to deploy it. Yeah, this we need faster iteration, because otherwise this gets really expensive. Nate, if you know, if you can figure out any other way, let me know, because I'm having trouble thinking about how to make this iteration faster. Undo temp client invocation, revert to server components only. I mean, I think that's still a win. Uh, Getting a server component running. We can even read from DynamoDB. Um, we just failed at the client side bit. So that is, we still don't know what the error is. Like this error is so close. We just don't know what undefined means. Um, okay, so Carlos says L27 provider at the end of the line. I don't know what that means. So let's have a look. Although it's closed in the end. Oh no, that's an extension. It just shows where things start and end. So it's like a hint. Um, so Carlos, yeah, I know what you mean. It looks weird, but that's just a VS Code extension. Um, it's not a real thing in the file. Um, okay, yeah. So I mean, it'll be cool. It'll be cool to get that working state back again. Um, yeah, yeah. Lauren says our errors are not very good at the moment. I would not read too deeply into this message. Could you also share the URL to your app? Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yes. So yeah, it's a jumble of stuff because we don't have custom domains, but I mean I can buy a domain and don't really care. But um, yeah, it's we're even testing the performance just now. It's pretty funny. Um, yeah, I mean like we got so close. If we could just figure this out, and I think I think it's the config. Like we're not giving it the config somehow, and it looks like a Webpack map. Um, is this not coming from the right place? Yeah. Um, yeah, Natron. Natron says maybe configuring build settings. Yeah. Um, can you send that link again because I don't think I saw exactly what you meant. Natron, this one. Okay, sorry, I found the link. Yeah, so that's a build setting thing that we can experiment. We really need to. I mean, that's definitely a pain point throughout this whole thing. The iteration speed. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what I can do about that. In the end of the road, and I can never go. I get close to you, close to me. Yeah, this is still under the. Okay, okay, Nate. I know what's up. I know what's going on. Okay, so there are a few ways to deploy to Amplify. The way that we're doing right now, we're using the CLI to say Amplify push, and that is a CLI only operation. So we might, as far as AWS is concerned, we might as well not have a GitHub repo at all. So when you assume that there's no GitHub repo, you're literally taking this, you're installing the node modules, yeah, and then sending it up. But when you have a GitHub repo, you can set up Git hooks and deploy directly from the GitHub repo, right? So um, GitHub repo that we had just now, uh, uh, this is gonna ignore this is gonna git ignore the node modules anyway, I think. So from here it's going to install the dependencies as requested. So yeah, I think you may have cracked it. At the same time, I'm not sure if it's going to let us edit it, but it was worth a shot. Um, so what I would do to enable that is amplify. Got a right to be wrong. My mistakes can make me strong. React serverless components test. Setting out into the great unknown. Feeling wings though I never flown. Got a right to be wrong. Lauren, this is the server component running. Yeah, so we at least kind of know what we're doing on the server side. That's a working state. Actually, you know what? Let's commit that. Working serverless component state. So yeah, if anyone is interested in getting a working version of everything that we've done so far, that's in the repo as of right now. So actually, let me just grab that that commit. Working commit. Gotta sing my own song. Got to break free. Gotta find a relief. Okay, so yeah, this is beautiful. First of all, let's see if I can deploy this. I wonder if I can hook it up to a. I cannot. Okay, well, I'm going to abandon that. Yeah, thanks, Nate. Thanks for the tips. I'm going to try a little bit more because we have a working server component. I'm going to try the database, and then that should work, and then that should be the end for our exploration here. I'm sure Lauren will figure out the client component issue that we had just now, but it's a little bit disappointing that we couldn't figure it out. But hey, the loading stuff is not really battle tested, and we are the first people to battle test it, really. Yeah, team. So it's still a very huge win for me that we managed to get server components running. Rabim Putra says might have something to do with Dan's tweet. Okay, I don't know what tweet that is. So find it very difficult to copy from this service that I'm using. Christopher Damahi says, when is GraphQL going to be able to build a component tree from multiple places, sources, microservices? That's not GraphQL's responsibility. Relay might be able to do it together with GraphQL Federation. That would be my direct answer. So questions continue to be welcome. I'm going to add a database. Let's try add a database. Actually, I wonder if I can just. Yeah, this is not what I want. Okay, so I need a demo function where I can access all the database stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Amplify add API. Test database function. Test database. We're not actually going to use this. Do we have a DynamoDB table? We don't. Okay, we added the function with a database access. So now we have an example of how to bring it up, and we also have a sample database. Um, so that's this guy and Amplify storage. Okay, so here's an example. Okay, so Rabimas Putra says he tweeted our alpha version of the Webpack plugin for server components uses absolute paths in the output, which is great because it ensures you literally can't deploy them to production yet, even if you wanted to. We just did, man. We just did. I'm not sure why just using absolute paths means you cannot deploy them to production. The logic doesn't exactly follow for me. But I'm gonna try and follow up. Thanks for this tweet. I can't click on it right now. This UI doesn't let me click on it. So I'm just gonna keep continuing because I think we're almost done, and it's been a very long stream. So okay, so we have a bunch of these things. So something that Amplify takes care of for you is the setup between the linking the resources, right? So we have here's the resources that we have set up for us. Sorry, my computer's lagging. So we have a serverless function. These are the main two things that we've been working with: serverless function and an API. Then we added a storage component for DynamoDB, and then these are test functions for us to see how it's set up. But essentially, we want to wire up this DynamoDB storage to the function that we already have existing. So I mean, I know the process for this. It's and we're going to choose the function that we're going to use. So we're going to add resource access permissions. We're going to add functions for the storage. We want it to be able to create, read, update, and delete. We don't need to edit it now. And that's it. So that was pretty easy to enable access. Then we need to take care of the code. Okay. So let me double check that we don't need some kind of weird. We do need the AWS SDK here. So that's a new thing that we need to acquire. The rest, I think, is what we already have. Okay. So now I need to go to the server component app.server.js. Oh man, this is rocket surgery. All right. Let me see if I can lay this out differently. Split down. No. Okay. So above is where we want the code to go. Below is where we is our reference code for accessing the API, for accessing server. So what I'm trying to do here, I don't know if it can do require. I'm just gonna try. Yeah, it's running on Node.js. It's gonna have require. Then we can say AWS config update. Okay. I'm being super careful here right now. DynamoDB. All right. Table name. Okay. Lauren says, does AWS Amplify have some way to inspect what was built? I mean, you can just request the file. Let's inspect what was built. So Amplify is like a thin layer, right, over over AWS Lambda. So essentially, we have the entire thing deployed in a Lambda function, and I'm sure I could like download it, export function. Oh, I have a zip file, which is 24 megabytes. Okay, so Lauren says, specifically, can you cat the context of React client manifest.json? Yes. Uh, Not only can I do that, I have it pre-built, Lauren. So I don't even need to download it from the source. I had it pre-built. So let's show it to you. It's right here. Oh, what is this file reference? Oh, oh. I'm gonna stick it in a gist, but Lauren, if if you're seeing what I'm seeing, I think we know what's wrong. Act client manifest.json output. Okay, that would be why. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I could also just guess the. Why can't I can't paste the URL there? Okay, I feel like I'm having bugs. Okay, so yeah, I think that's something that we could probably fix. I would have to build it during the CI/CD process. Yeah, not the end of the world. But yeah, I don't feel like I have to prove it. Like it's gonna work. It's just a little bit more post processing needed or whatever. I mean, someone determined enough can figure it out. But what I do want to do is add database. Right, we're halfway done adding the database query. Do 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 do. Man, this is way too complicated for of a sample query. Okay. I don't need put. I don't need post. Um, I don't need remove. Good. Okay. So I remember. Okay. So this may be the wrong reference code to use. I remember I have a guide. Um, yeah. Okay. Lauren's running. Thanks, Lauren. Thanks so much. And yeah, thanks for the encouragement. Thank you for working on this. But I appreciate everything. I mean, it's really exciting technology. Okay. Amplify guide. Yeah. Okay. I just want a very simple database access demo. So let's actually see if this works or not. Um, time. Okay, this is the simplest approach to querying DynamoDB, so I'm going to use that. The only problem is I need to turn this into a promise. So I think I need to promisify this. Const promisify. Mode promisify utils. Oh man, it's not error first. Okay, yeah, it is error first. So it's util.promisify. Okay. Okay. Wait, I have to await it. Await this. How do I await an async request in a server component? Oh, I need a suspense wrapper. Wait, these are all synchronous. Got it. Okay. There's no other examples I can steal from. I think. All right. DB. Okay. Okay. So the problem now is that this is async. This is an async request, but then we're inside of a server React function. So we need to write a little wrapper, which is a little bit annoying because I was not planning on doing that. The best way I know how to do that is to use the React fetch implementation and see what's going on. React fetch. .200 lines of code. We might be able to use Postgres. Maybe FS, maybe React FS. Where's FS? No, it's not here. What is it? React FS, React FS, React FS. If anyone has questions on what I'm doing, I know I'm not speaking a lot. If anyone has questions on what I'm doing, just shout. Because I'm like kind of focusing very much on trying to make this work so that we can all go home. Damn it, why does it have to be so long and complicated? Why do you have to go and make things so complicated? It's the way you acting like somebody else, getting me frustrated. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is much more usable. All right. Okay, so I need to write a small little suspense cache in here, which is pretty cool because I've never done that. Oh, I'm literally copying code. I mean, I've seen this code before. I'm just, please don't feel like you need to know any of this. But it's pretty cool to know exactly how everything works. Duma, 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 All right, I'm going to split this to a different file. So that would be ddb.server.js. And since we're doing this, where's my import? Whoa. Where's my import? Fuck. Oh, it cleaned the unused import. So smart. Okay. So then let's also require this stuff. And then we can declare it over here. Okay, I have a result map. I have a read result. I have a to result. Now what? Now I say pool.prototype.query. I literally do not care about any of these things. Just need to run the query. Hey, David Wells. What's up? Here's the wrong way to do it. Node force sync. Are you telling me I can access DynamoDB synchronously? That would be a huge win. vm.im/node force sync. Node force sync. What does that mean? How hacky is this thing? Oh, dude, this is gonna work. Uh, David, I think this might work. My async func args. How do I need to return it? Right? Shit. Okay. How does this work? Only works in Node.js. Async function can't rely on any surrounding scope. All arguments and return values must be JSON serializable. Okay. Error handling is limited to error messages, no stack traces. Console log calls not be visible. Parallel. I don't know if I can run this in I don't know if I can run this in Lambda. But David, that actually is a compelling enough solution that I should try it. Okay, that was really good. All right, so that means that I get to comment all this thing out. Okay, so I can get this to an async state. Okay, so that means that if I install this node for sync idea, which is crazy by the way, but it's amazing. sh. Okay. Okay, so const NFS, whatever, const force sync supposed to require no force sync. Okay, and then I need an async function, which I do have. Async get hey Willem. Willem says hi. David says hi. All is good in the world. Many friends have stopped by the stream because I am doing the craziest stupid shit ever for no money, but it's for fun. So data equals to tv. await db dot db params. So that gives me back my data. And then I can say res.json data, except that I don't care about data. I just want to return data. Okay. So then I use forsync. 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 I use this thing. David says it's a hack not to be used for reals, but hey, if it fucking works in Lambda, that's all I want, man. This whole thing is just a giant gamble on my ability to hack my way around a system. Const data equals to forsync. I just invoke it like that. Pass in some arguments, but I don't need any arguments. Okay. Oh shit, David Wells. David. Also, you can add two promise to Dynamo docs client to promisify stuff. Fantastic. You know, I swear I've read that. It will work in Lambda as a child process, he says. I could kiss you right now. You're smart. You're really smart. Okay. Scan params.promise. Promise. Okay, that's a lot cleaner. I can then promise here. Then move this down here. The code looks a bit simpler. Okay. So now I have a synchronous function. Then the only thing that I have left to do is display it in my React component. Did I just do it? Okay. One more thing. I need to seed my data. Seed the data. And pull out the relevant DynamoDB table. Fuck me, it's not implemented yet. Fine. Fine, I will not be lazy. First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking how I couldn't live without you by my side. I spent oh so many nights just thinking how you done me wrong, and I grew strong. I learned how to play along, and so you see me with somebody new. Oh my god, it's a different name. I gotta figure out what the name is. What is the name of my function? My store. Oh, you know what? I haven't deployed it yet. Okay. So yeah, the reason the reason I couldn't find it inside of the Amplify console is the AWS console is because it doesn't exist yet. I haven't deployed it, and I should have done that when I was coding. Um, but now we do have to wait a little bit for that to happen. Um, yeah, man. What is going on, David? Okay, Willem says, can you use an await in deeply nested calls? No. Oh, yes. You can use. Willem says, can you use await in a deeply nested call? And the answer is yes. It would work. It's perfectly fine. You can even use an await after an await, which is a nice tip for doing fetch requests in JSON. Um, yeah, I'm happy to answer more questions. I'm currently in deploy waiting hell right now. So we're not doing very much. I'm just creating files. I guess I can say I'm adding storage. Add storage and code to server component. More questions are welcome. This is one of those things where the deploy speed is really, killing me. Um, yeah, okay. So Christopher says, don't forget about creating your own promises to be able to execute to async code blocks at once. Yeah. I know how to do it. I prefer to use util promise if I can, but yes, I don't technically actually need it. Um, yeah, so we're creating those resources. Right now, we're creating the DynamoDB table that we're going to use. Um, arguably, I could have just brought in an existing one, but it is what it is. Two or multiple. Yeah, that's best versions. Yeah. Is there any other questions or any other discussions that people want to have? Because we're gonna have to wait a little bit for this backend resources thing. Anyone has other thoughts on React Server components? Now's the time. I mean, generally, it's like a very slick integration with everything else that has been released with React. Um, right down to the point of like, I have this search persisting, and I can say, "Look at me," and when I click update on this, it will just show up here. And there's no like update code. I mean, it just refreshes the whole tree. But it's just a very slick experience because having the truth all the way tie all the way back to the server and not needing to write any API code around it is pretty compelling to me. So I like that a lot. I do. All right. We're coming close. I'm gonna write some docs. If anyone has questions about what we did today, please come forward. Otherwise, I'm gonna write some docs because I think that we learned a lot, really. Um, I have a few stars already. Thank you, whoever's starting it. I might as well put in the live at, and then I might also put in like the screenshot. So let's say like this. that, that. What is this? Let's try that again. Um, okay. Um, US lambda function server component, and then this is client bundle. Streaming update. There we go. Sweet. Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Good times never feel so good. This is how I store images on GitHub, by the way. I create an issue. It's a very irresponsible use of GitHub resources, but they probably don't care. Touching hands, touching you, sweet Caroline. Times never feel so good, so good. That did not work. You can see the live stream here. Um, the main steps are take Umber, the React team demo minus Postgres, create a new serverless function from scratch, copy over the dependencies, copy over the client code, minimal client code, copy over the minimal server code, and add it to a serverless context. Fix the build scripts. Make sure to set Node.js flags and environment variables exactly according to the original React team demo. Client components don't work if you are compiling them on your machine, because in production, if you're warning, because they use absolute paths. Link to Dan Abramov tweet. Yeah. The main code can be found in. Whoa! Something failed? Off-role name must have values. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe I'll just go here. Okay. Copy relative path. There we go. React, React code, and serverless code can be found in. Okay, that deploy may have failed because look at this. Let's see if it's in DynamoDB or not. Yeah, I don't think I'm able to get this doing. Forcing module, but didn't work. But this will work. Uses sync RPC instead. Okay. My difficulty is that the platform I'm using doesn't let me. In 1 second. I gotta pull up the chat because I can't I can't get your link. So node forcing apparently does not work. Um, is this a library I need to install? Yeah, I don't think I can get that far today. I'm starting to doubt myself. Even after we got so far, we did really well. All right, Forbes Lindsay, nice. Right, npm I sync RPC. Okay. I'm still worried about trying to deploy my backend resources. It says it's there, but I don't believe them. Okay. So here's the code. So this is for sync. It's just a slightly different change. It's not too bad. Doesn't work in Lambda. Okay, so this is a new app server. As far as I can tell, ForSync works exactly the same way. So we're good if I just do this. Okay. Switch force sync from node force sync to sync RPC. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work or not. I mean, the idea is there. It's not super satisfying that we didn't reach this. Yeah, I'm gonna try to deploy the function and hopefully get this running. I don't know, man. Did I install it in the right place? Yeah. Okay. I just can't find where's the if I deployed it, it should be here. All right. So anyway, so I'm waiting for it to deploy. It's probably not going to be a good use of time to continue this. I would say that this is the rough idea of what I wanted to get at anyway, which is that we wanted to write server components, which we did, and have it render from a serverless function, which we did. We would be able to request this data directly, write this data directly inside of um, a React component without any setting up any APIs, just direct data access inside of the server context, and then be able to render it out here as well. Um, and then the final piece would be having clients components working, updating the location or refetching the server components as props change for the server component. So that was what was demonstrated in the React server components demo, and we didn't get that far today. There are some issues with the client manifest, and there's some issues with just getting this up, as well as creating the DynamoDB table that I originally wanted. It failed originally. I don't know if that was a temporary thing or if I screwed something up in the config. So yeah, it's a slight disappointment that we didn't do it, but we got the main thing done. So I'm gonna call it there. This is a very long journey, but I think we learned a bit, and I'll update on the repo if we do manage to get it working. So if you're checking it out, the repo is here. Amplify React Serverless Components on my GitHub. And yeah, thanks for joining. This was wild fun, and I don't know what we learned. We just learned how to hack, and we had a good time. So yeah, thanks for joining, and let me know what you thought on Twitter and YouTube. And good luck, enjoy, happy holidays.